Oh, gotta start this one. Yep. All right. So YouTube is live. Twitter should be live here any minute now. There we go. All right. And hey, what's up, Plush Master? So, real quick, I need help deciding what, like, pocket square and what pin, like, what lapel pin I use. Maybe none. I don't know, man. I don't know how to do any of this shit. If it's not a hoodie and a t-shirt, I'm out of my element. All right, so that's the end of that album. Let me get another one going, and then I'll do a recap of what our plan for the day is. Okay, so yeah, for the VOD, we have a bit more to go to improve the SDK release process. We also still have some prep work before we finally kick off the MCP build process for the API, and that prep work is basically just aligning on how our like permissions kind of need to work, because the OAuth eventually will need to like tie into that same system, right? Using the same plugs, that we're not like remaking everything. And then from there, you know, right? Like the other thing that we did that was some prep work for the MCP server is we needed to like harden up the access/refresh token stuff. I had them lasting way longer, and technically the access token and refresh token, either one would have worked. Now we've actually made it a proper access/refresh thing, and really, like, I think we could fine-tune the duration for both of them, because a stale token isn't a problem, really, right? Like, it's not a big deal. Not for Messijo, at least. For other things, yes. But for Messijo, meh. And then, finally, beyond that stuff, maybe we do some ISObench stuff. We start thinking about how we start scaffolding, you know, like the open code subagent kind of stuff. That would be interesting. Because I want to do, like, Kimmy K3 as the orchestrator, and probably like Olama's DeepSeek Flash as the implementer. So then I'm at least like using a smarter model for orchestration, but I got the DeepSeek, you know, kind of like running and looping and simplifying itself. And I think I need to find that simplify skill as well. But yeah, just stuff like that. Trying to figure it out. I don't know. We'll see. But that's our plan for the day. It is another warm one, so I am chugging the water. I got the ice cubes in there. And, yeah, maybe a little later we could hop into a whiskey. We'll see. All right, so let's switch over to the coding stuff. And yeah, I need help, everyone. Anyone out there that has an opinion, right? One person said the red with the internet pin. I think it works. All right, we could do white with the internet pin. We could do like a combo with the internet pin that kind of matches the way the red and the white go. I don't know. Or we could do a syntax pin with a yellow thing. It is not t-shirt and sneakers. It's full-on cocktail attire. So fancy shirt, fancy shoes. There's nothing I can change about the pin. I can just pick a pin. I'm not getting a new pin. These are the options. It is a strictly enforced cocktail attire event, which means fancy shoes, fancy shirt. All right, so you're thinking internet pin with white? I could probably do a black and yellow with the syntax pin. Yeah, I mean, I think the red and white pops, right? I think the multicolor is kind of a cool move. And they're super cheap, like meh fucking handkerchief things, so I don't care about like cutting them up or pinning them or doing any of that stuff. I don't know. But it's like, it's for a tech event, but it's like a cocktail attire tech event. So like internet or syntax, they're all totally fine. Keep it low profile, keep it classic. I don't know what that means. Like, use your words. I don't wear suits. I don't know what any of this shit means. Dude, like, come on, help me out here. Okay, so you're saying white with the internet pin. Sure, I think that works. It is going to be like a light blue shirt, so I can maybe use like a light blue thing without a pin. That's also an option. I don't know. Or maybe like the internet with the light blue would work. I don't know. I'm not going to wear a tie, though, because I don't have one. And I didn't feel like buying one. At least, like, the suit stuff I can reuse, Oh, and yes, but maybe from the movies you're seeing and thinking about, you're thinking about weddings. Right? This is not a wedding. I don't have a tie. It will not be there is no tie. Take it easy on. The tie is the most important part? I don't think it is. Can I do both pins? Why? All right, it was a bad idea to ask a bunch of nerds about clothing stuff. My bad. My bad. Yeah, that's what I'll probably do. There we go. I don't think syntax is advertising anything, though. How did Messijo operate during the outage? It was fine. Like, we did have a failure, but the failure was because I forgot to set up the environment variables we needed. And JLAM helped me catch that, which was nice. I think the red and white looked cool, too. Yeah, like, I'll double check, like, the yellow and black. Is Messijo an IT crowd reference? Yeah. So technically, we did a bunch of like searching for words related to what Messijo does, and the word Messiji, right, like with the ji at the end, is Korean for message, right? And I'm probably pronouncing it weird, but whatever. And then I forget who in chat was like, oh, like Messijo, like IT crowd, right? So yeah, it is definitely a reference, which I think is fun because the people that know, right? I think that makes it even better. Maybe tech support, but I think you're closer to a Vanilla Sky reference, right? When he's just screaming for tech support. We've been over this before. Tech support! Like, yeah, right? I think your name's a better reference to that, which is also a solid reference. But all right, so yeah, where we left off yesterday. So we pushed up. We didn't break anything with our access token, refresh token stuff. This is where we did some changes to how our plugs work. It seems like it only touched the plugs, which is good. All right, we refactored to naming something the auth principal, and then we have some structs for like API key and dashboard user, which I think is worth it. If I'm not doing the tie, you don't think I should do anything in the pocket? I don't know. We'll see. Suit pocket combo without tie. Okay. See? It's fine. It's actually extremely common. I appreciate the thought. And I did ask for opinions, so, that's on me. Yeah, exactly, C17. Yeah, like, as we started talking about it, like, the more we, like, talked about it and discussed it, the more I realized I made a huge mistake. Like, only chuds can pull that off. My name's Chris, and I like to party. I will admit, I don't have the chest hair to pull off like 3 buttons undone kind of shit. I think I got 3. I got 3 chest hairs. In high school, like we were learning how to like tape an ankle, right? So like each person like, got their ankle taped kind of thing for it was like a sports medicine class. And one of the teachers was like, and for dudes with hairy legs, you may want to like shave your legs just because like the tape can pull out hair and it can be uncomfortable. And then, so yeah, we're doing it. I go into class and they're like, Chris, did you actually shave your legs? Like, no, I don't grow that much hair. Sorry. Nope. Right here, I don't shave this part of my face. I don't have to. Like, I do get the little, like, peach fuzz, which is, like, nice downy fluff. But, yeah, I don't have to shave this part of my face. I think it just means I'm more evolved, technically. Hold on, let me grab more tea. Makes sense. Tech support. Yeah. Like if I'm building a persistent service, it's going to be Elixir, right? If I'm building something that will live as like workers or like AWS Lambda, I'm probably going to start with TypeScript, but eventually I would probably move to Rust for AWS Lambda because I don't know if you've seen, but the max day Lambda perf stuff is pretty powerful, right? Like the cold start times really fast, right? The hot start or the whatever they call the average duration really fast. Yeah, maybe. I think Node.js on the back end is actually an anti-pattern. It's great for like tooling. I think it's actually really bad for servers. I don't know if GCP Cloud Run supports Rust. I have no idea. I don't use GCP. It's just not worth it to me. There's nothing it does that I would benefit from that I don't get in AWS. Just like I wouldn't be using Azure. Unless they want to sponsor a stream or two. Wink, wink. Nudge, nudge. But as far as documentation and everything goes, there's just more available for AWS Lambda. If I'm going to be doing Cloudflare workers, then yeah, the Node.js stuff works, but then you're not doing any cluster stuff anyway. So I don't know, maybe Effect works for workers. I don't see much of a point if your service is this like, you know, if you're doing your endpoints in like a small composable way. You'd use Azure if they gave you $1 million in credits? Sure. You know, if my grandma had wheels, she'd be a wheelbarrow. Sure. I don't know. That's why it was such a far-fetched comment. You know? That's why I did the wheelbarrow line. You've been trying to go all in on Cloudflare mostly because of Alchemy? Hold on. What is Alchemy again? Like Alchemy Run or something? This thing? So why do you need Alchemy for Cloudflare workers? Like, I don't understand that. Why not just use Cloudflare workers directly and use something like Hono? Well, I'm not using Cloudflare in any significant way, but there is the Cloudflare like worker startup or whatever. Right? So there is this thing. Benefits, blah, blah, yeah. So, like, you know, if I was doing something that was fully, like, worker native, then yes, I would probably apply to this 1,000%. But again, like, are R2 buckets really that tricky? Are durable objects really that tricky? It seems like all of that stuff is already like a really good developer experience. What does alchemy really add? Like, why do I need alchemy? Like, isn't most of this stuff just a Wrangler config? Right? Why do I need alchemy? Do they have like a frequently asked questions or something? I guess, but like, if you're doing Cloudflare workers, why does effect make any sense? I think effect only makes sense when you're doing persistent Node.js servers. Why do you need effect inside of an ephemeral worker? And what's up, Merely? How you doing over there on the YouTube? What you up to? Like, what do you benefit from when using effect in a worker? Yeah, exactly, QWERTY. It seems like just too many layers. I don't know. Like, what is the benefit inside of a worker? That's what I'm saying. Like, what is the benefit of it inside of a worker, a fully ephemeral thing? To me, effect makes the most sense when you're doing a persistent Node.js server. Why would you shoehorn effect into a thing that's not persistent? Like, you lose the benefit of effect at that point. Don't you? I'm not saying you do. This is my understanding of it, though. Like, this all seems like crazy boilerplate compared to just like your Wrangler config, right? So please, could you explain it more? Tech support. What do you benefit from inside of an ephemeral worker single endpoint? It's up and you're done. What do you benefit from there? Right? Like your endpoint is a single endpoint. You're not going to be doing like long running looping kind of like craziness where the ability to like handle the errors in a cleaner way matters that much, right? You're doing a single handler in the context of a worker, and it does its thing and it's done. That's it, right? You might persist stuff to a durable object, but that's basically just a promise. I don't think that's something that needs effect. Right? When you're gluing together a whole bunch of stuff and it needs to like fail gracefully because your Node.js server seg faulting or, throwing kills the entire server, well then yeah, you're fucked. But if it's a Cloudflare worker, let it die. Like, that's the OTP mentality. Just let it die. Who cares? It's just an endpoint. If the endpoint fails, whatever. No, I understand tech support. Like, I know you're not trying to sell me on it, but I'm literally asking you these questions, right? So far, you haven't had an answer for these. So hold on. Basically, everything you're doing ends up being more than that, and the rest of your code is in effect anyway, and effect plus durable objects plus actors is a really nice model. I understand durable objects. I'm less certain of what you mean by actors. Is an actor like a separate process in this case, in which you're passing a message to it, like the actor model? Okay, 1 second, but I'm asking you questions. Like, use your words. Hibernatable WebSocket. Yeah, that sounds like a major edge case. How much are you using WebSockets that a thing like this even makes sense? Yeah, I mean, these seems like tools looking for a problem rather than being tools that solve a problem. Like, what are you doing so often that you need to reach for this on a regular basis? And what's up, Ryan? How you doing on Twitter? No, this is not an effect stream. I don't use effect. I am not effect pilled. I'm trying to have some people like explain it to me because I don't see the point when using certain things. Right? So Ryan over on Twitter, I think effect probably makes sense for persistent, long-running node servers because one exception kills the server, right? And you don't want to do that, right? There's plenty of reasons to avoid that. But when you're using workers, it just dies. Like, you can just do the OTP let it die mentality. Like, I do not understand the use case inside of a worker. And if you're doing WebSockets, well, okay, WebSockets are somewhat persistent. Persisting those to the durable object, sure, but like, that is such an edge case of a problem to work around. You think schemas are infinitely more useful. When you say schemas, you mean like effect schemas? So maybe I'm misunderstanding effect schemas. Like, this all started with like alchemy.run, in which I don't see why I would do this when it's all really just a Wrangler config anyway. Right? Like, why not just do your Wrangler config? Because everyone LARPs on Twitter like they understand anything. Yeah, I mean, I think Dylan Mulroy is a very, very, very smart dude. I'm not always convinced of the things he's pushing, though, right? Some of it really just feels like I'm smarter than you. Here's the thing that I'm latching onto type mentality. And keep in mind, I really like the dude. We're friends. But some of it seems like a solution looking for a problem rather than a problem that actually solves a solution. Unless we're talking about the long-running Node.js processes, right? At which point an exception raising is a big problem, right? Let it die is not a thing you can do with Node.js. Let it die is a thing you can do with Elixir. Right? So I think effect solves works around the whole let it die mentality because the effect essentially shields your node process from, the exceptions and the death. The schemas, you can prove your types don't break. Okay, so effect is to basically work around the insufficiency of the TypeScript type system? Okay. I guess I could see that. I don't see the value of that inside of a Cloudflare worker or AWS Lambda or whatever, right? Like, just let it die. You know, you can let it die gracefully still. All right, so, right, you're saying effect schema, introduction, where is it? The rule of schemas. Sorry, it's just harder for me to grab the link from over there, but we got there, right? So when working with schemas, there's an important rule to keep in mind. Your schemas should be crafted in a way that when you perform both encoding and decoding operations, you should end up with the original value. When we say original value, do we mean the same instance of an object? I don't think so, right? Because that would be weird. That'd be like crazy. But should it have the exact same shape? Sure. Does that enforce like property ordering as an example? I don't think it does, because JavaScript basically doesn't do that. Just equality, right? And it's not even necessarily going to serialize the same JSON object, because property ordering is not guaranteed in JavaScript, right? So you could still run into situations where serializing to and from JSON doesn't give you a directly comparable string, right? So you're saying that effect schema would maintain property ordering? Is that the thing? No. So, no, you're misunderstanding, Ryan. I'm talking about the order of the properties. The property order is not guaranteed by the JavaScript runtime. If effect is doing some magic to guarantee property order, well, okay. But that's not the same exact thing, right? Like, I'm just trying to understand, if you were to serialize the object to a string, right, to a JSON string, is it always the exact same string? Like, are there guarantees for that? And I would bet that there aren't, because that sounds like way more runtime overhead than you would want. Like, that doesn't sound worth it to me. Do you see what I'm getting at, Ryan, though? So theoretically, yes, but it's not as precise. And it depends on the environment you're doing all this in too, right? Yeah, I'm not sure that would matter, but I also don't know if it, like, why does effect schema matter more than Zod or Valabot? You know? Different invariants, like filters. So you're talking about polymorphic types, correct? Right? Like using a discriminator? And then Obi-Wan. Obi-Wan Maloney, your name is fucking amazing. That's pretty good. I really like that. But no, I have not seen Halt and Catch Fire yet. Because you can use schemas as fast check arbitraries. So, hold on, Ryan Lee. What I'm saying is, I understand the point of a schema. What I'm trying to understand is the effect schema versus a Valabot schema, as an example. You know? Right? If you have a Valabot schema and you lock the object, boom. You've got the same thing, right? but maybe it's just like without the extra steps. Like if you parse with valibot or Zod, the resulting object can then be locked so that no modifications can happen to it. And then boom, you got the same thing, right? Okay, so maybe I'm unaware of fast check. Good call, good call. No, that's a good point. I'm not, like, when you said fast check, I didn't realize you were talking about a proper noun because you didn't capitalize it. You didn't put it in quotes. To me, fast check are just two words that can go together. So now we got to look up what the hell fast check is. Technically, you didn't even have the dash. I'm just having fun. But property-based testing. Okay. Property-based testing. Okay. I've never been convinced about property-based testing. So yeah, I get it. It still just seems like a lot of like functional programming enthusiasts just want to like push their shit on other people, and this is a way to do it. Maybe not property-based testing and all that, but effect really feels that way. And I understand like using functional programming principles in places, but people get really dogmatic about it. And I consider that a foot gun. I love the idea of a pure function. Fuck yeah. So much easier to test, right? QWERTY, I'm a complete doomer on 90% of libraries. No. At the end of the day, I like things where you can bring in a new person and not have to teach them an entire fucking way of thinking, right? I like things where a new developer on the team can be productive quickly. That is my favorite thing. Now, keep in mind, Angular, if you're doing Angular stuff, there's a lot of Angularisms to learn, but it does mean that any Angular developer can jump into basically any Angular project and be productive immediately. See, I actually disagree with that, Ryan. I think it's more important with AI now. Now it's a race to prevent AI from producing a mass amount of garbage. Okay, so that is a good point, right? If you have it following the strict effect stuff, then effect has a curated way of doing a lot of things, right? So then property-based testing is cleaner than some weird, crazy ad hoc testing scripts that AI likes to make, right? So it's a way of just like constraining the AI to simpler tests. I would point out, though, that we still need to read this stuff. PBT and mutation testing is the way you should delete all your unit tests. I disagree. I think I totally disagree on that. I do think integration tests have more value than unit tests for 90% of your code base, right? I think that's a good point. Yeah, integration tests are the most valuable tests. Unit tests are most valuable for things that are proper units, right? Many people misunderstand what that means, and I've definitely worked at companies where it's like, we need at least 60% unit test coverage. This is a front-end application, dude. Like, that's not how that works. You know? This is a front-end application. Not, like, 60% unit test coverage is just a number that you want to pass up to your boss. That's it, right? That's just something you're passing as, like, the manager to your VP. Well, it can't go down because we got this amount of unit tests, but they're garbage unit tests, right? Yes. So the only thing that matters is the pure core that doesn't change. I mean, the core can change, right? But what you're getting at is there is the, and hold on, let me get more music on. There's the idea of the functional core, and that was a thing that Gary Bernhardt talked about fucking 12 years ago, 10 years ago, you know? Destroy all software. Right? So, yes, I think the idea of boundaries is incredibly important. No. Saying should rarely change doesn't make sense when you're, you know, like a startup or you're building things, right? You don't know what you need when you're building the core. It should be okay to change the core as long as the boundaries are well defined, if that makes sense. Things within the core are fine to change as long as the interface stays stable, as an example. But your unit test should be checking the things in the core that do change, right? Because you want to check for edge cases. You want to make sure regressions don't happen. And not all of that can be checked at the interface level. I understand that, Ryan. I still disagree because there are going to be smaller things you can do, right? Your core could be made up of multiple modules. You still want to unit test the individual modules for the edge cases that matter for them that maybe are less important at the interface level. Right? So yeah, this right here, this boundaries talk is fantastic. And let me pass it to you. Will this send? Yeah. That's what I'm getting at, though, Ryan. Like unit tests for things that are internal to the core that you want to make sure you're edge case testing specifically for that one module. Yeah, that makes a shitload of sense. The moment you're going outside of the core, you're not even unit testing anymore. Even if it is functional, you're basically doing interface testing because the core is still composed of units. It's not a unit itself. It can be thought of as one, but you still want to think more at like the interface level, right? The integration level when communicating with the core and the outer thing. You have to be a hardliner with AI. It depends on what you're doing. It really, like, making these statements in a very, like, 100% way just doesn't work. Programming isn't 100% basically ever. It depends. It always depends. For some things, I don't care if the bot cheats a little. As an example, right? Building libraries, right? I don't care if it cheats as long as the inputs and outputs are stable, right? Functional wise. There are definitely cases for that, and it's okay because the scope of the thing isn't as important. Yeah, let it cheat a little. I don't really care that much as long as inputs and outputs stay stable. Let me put it this way, Ryan. Take away bot and put in person, and it's the same problem, right? It's the exact same problem. I've been dealing with human slop just as, like, for much longer than I've been dealing with AI bot slop, right? So in general, when you try and idiot proof something, the world invents a better idiot. Right? AI, humans, they're both just as bad at cheating. you know? Like, no, it's now trying to apply game theory and consider it winnable. No. With humans, you can't win. With AI, you can't win either. It's non-deterministic. It's just a human that doesn't learn. I think we've all dealt with humans like that too, right? My favorite example of this. I was leading a team building an Angular application for CBRE. They're a large commercial real estate company. We were basically creating a better interface on top of PeopleSoft. We were doing our thing. It was a team of 4 of us, but we were expensive hourly compared to, offshoring. And I'm not saying all offshoring is bad, but these people they paid for, right? When you're offshoring for the sake of cost, you're typically not paying for the best offshore devs. This third-party contractor spent his entire sprint at every stand-up just saying, I'm working on it for the ticket that we gave him. And it wasn't even that complicated of a ticket. And he comes back later, dozens of files changed, thousands of lines. In reviewing the code, this is an Angular project, he used local storage as a way of sharing state between 2 components in different parts of the tree. I did not merge his pull request. How do you stop Gitkraken from lagging in a big repo? Are you doing sparse checkouts and shallow clones? Because that's probably the best move. Right, so shallow clone, like if you're unaware of the terms, and I'm pretty sure there's like a checkbox you can do when cloning a repo for these things, but shallow clone is like the depth of your tree, and I think it's configurable at a level. And then sparse checkout is like the amount of branches that you pull with that depth. Once you hit a certain number of work trees, it's almost unusable. Are you cleaning up your work trees? And maybe that's part of the problem with Gitkraken, like we're not giving you a good mechanism to clean up those work trees. Yeah, I mean, if you could give us like a more concrete example, some like screenshots or something, that would be really powerful. And yeah, like as Tabby over here on Twitch says, like, at least on Twitter, you can like read the chat. Maybe it's too small. But, cleaning up work trees and cleaning out your Git from time to time is probably just good practice anyway. But we should make it easy. And if that's not as easy, like, that would be awesome. Like, if you could give us some of that feedback. You also have a few patches you always apply to make it work with Gitkraken. To make what work with Gitkraken? Like the massive amount of work trees? Yeah, Ryan, how about this? I could pass you a Discord link and you could give me, like, you could post some of that feedback there or message me or whatever, right? You could message me in Discord if you want. I mean, you could even send me like a DM in Twitter with like some screenshots and stuff. I think that would work. But yeah, like I need something actionable that I can describe better so I can pass it on as feedback to the company. Okay, cool. Thank you. Which would you prefer, Twitter DM or Discord? Either way works. And yeah, QWERTY, whatever happened to just writing slop by hand? Well, I mean, I do that too. Okay, sounds good, Ryan. Thank you. But yeah, just like some kind of like reproduction steps and some screenshots so we have a little bit of an idea would be really helpful. And then Trollroy, the other day you had 800 gigabytes of Zig build cache you forgot about. Was that from like trying to hack on Bun? Boom roasted? Sorry, 1 second. But yeah, what's up, Fallen? So Tabby, no, this is unrelated to Git. Like, I doubt your build cache is going into your Git repo. That would be a bad idea. There's no reason to commit your build cache. Node modules has competition. There you go. Yeah, touche. Design patterns. But okay, so back to what we're looking at here. So we're doing some Elixir stuff. And we did a little bit of this. Yep, so we're getting some better pattern matching for that call function. We also added like a, okay, so if it doesn't match this, we pass that on to just a straight up 404. Okay, I think I missed looking at this one. So this is for the, wait, is superadmin route? Wait. Got it. Yeah. All right. And I was doing this for some reason, so we may not need that, but at least it's updated to what we were doing. Yeah, we had that second one as basically a placeholder. I think it's smarter doing auth principle rather than like the string keys, sure. Oh, and hold on. Sorry. Yeah, you posted a thing, QWERTY. Let me see if I find it. And yeah, tech support. If you're still out there, I wasn't trying to make you feel bad. I was just like, and I'm not even saying like you're wrong. I'm not even saying I'm right, but I believe in the essence of debate, and you need to argue your point as if you do fully believe it, right? Because then you get the best arguments out of the person that you're arguing with. And calling it an argument, I mean, that's just the literal definition of the term. I'm not saying it was a contentious argument, right? But it's a proper debate. And the basis of debate is arguing your point, whether you believe it or not. You should be able to argue the opposite every time. If you can't argue the opposite of your opinion, you don't understand the thing you're debating properly enough. That's just like the absolute like core of debate. I fundamentally believe in like the absolute like essence of debate. I'm a master debater. I'm sorry, just I like that term. I could always be better. Back in my day, we grilled uphill both ways. Okay, that's fun. Yeah, design patterns. We were just debating effect TS. I'm not fully sold on it, but given a little more time, I could argue for it as well. Because again, I believe in the essence of debate. Yeah, at this point, I believe effect TS has massive value in persistent node servers. Because a node server, a single exception, takes down the entire server. And that's a huge problem. It's not the mentality of Elixir, where an exception being raised or an error being raised just takes down that one process. So because of that, yeah, I think effect TS makes a lot of sense in persistent node servers. I'm less convinced for things like a Cloudflare worker. Yeah, that's fun, QWERTY. I get it. Well, that's the point, Jesta. Like, yes, the essence of debate is you should be able to argue either side because that means you understand both sides of the argument more. You know, just because you're arguing a thing doesn't mean you have to believe it, right? That is the nature of debate, right? Like the full on, like, Platonic, or maybe it's Socratic, I don't know, one of those fucking philosophers. The idea of proper debate and understanding the thing you're talking about is really important, and the world has lost that. You can entertain an opinion without agreeing with it. Is it the Socratic method? Something like that. It's one of those fucking philosophers. I'd have to look it up. Right? Don't waste time memorizing something you can easily look up. I think Einstein said that, but I'd have to look it up. Right. Like, it's just about the idea of being open minded. And there's definitely like a limit to that open mindedness. Yes, exactly. 1000% design patterns. Like, that is the nature of debate. Like, it's why that at least there used to be debate teams in high school and college and shit. Because that shit's important. Having proper discussions and understanding what your opponent's going to say better than they're going to say it, right? Better than they understand it, means that you can actually, like, cut them off, right? You can preempt whatever thing that's probably even like a logical fallacy, at least from like where you're coming from, right? Yeah, for sure. Yeah, the art of persuasion, debate, like all this stuff. It's rooted in empathy. But, you know, if you listen to, I don't know, maybe the douchebag that owns Twitter, empathy's a 4-letter word. Well, yeah, he's a fucking idiot, so of course he'd think that. But yes, I still fully believe in this like idealistic world in which people can actually disagree and still be friends, you know? At least about some things. MPFE? I don't know. What does it stand for? I understand that design patterns, but that's a fundamentally different thing. Like, debate is to understand more of the world, right? And if you don't care to understand, well then yeah, don't argue and don't debate. It's that simple. But if you're trying to understand something better, you should embrace debate properly. And maybe that's it. Most people don't care to understand something. They just want to feel like they're right and move on. Okay. But it really sucks to argue with those people. And yeah, it's definitely not platonic, right? The platonic ideal is a totally different thing. I think it is Socratic method. So yeah, thank you. But you know what? I love the fact that we have conversations about this stuff. I love talking about this stuff. I really enjoy the idea of a good discussion or debate. Right? Just be curious. Curiosity is a superpower. I do need more water, so give me a second. I'm going to grab some more ice cubes, too. It is a hot day today. I think the heat wave finally starts ending, like, tonight. But, yeah, it's 88 in this room. Oh, need more water. Okay. When I missed that, sorry there, Footlong. I didn't realize you used some bits to make that emote big. Appreciate that. Yeah, and just that comes from just like wanting to feel like it's just like every other conspiracy theory. Like not every other, some of them are real. But a lot of conspiracy theories and things like flat earth come from the mentality of like wanting to feel like they know better, they're smarter than everyone around them kind of thing. And it's really tough. Like you can't reason someone into an opinion, or you can't reason someone out of an opinion that they didn't reason themselves into. Right? And again, it comes down to open and closed mindedness. He is probably completely closed minded, but hold on. Are you being open to at least some of the points he's trying to make? Like, why? Have you gotten into the why of it? If it was flat, cats would have pushed everything off the edge by now. I like that one. Yeah, for sure. Is his favorite book Discworld? Because those are good. I like those books. Actually, I haven't read the books. I've just seen the shows. So, I got to take it with a grain of salt. But okay, so these tests, I'm not too worried about the tests. If they're brittle, AI can just rewrite them. Because as far as the code goes, this makes a lot of sense to me. I think we're totally good. One of the things I think we're missing, though, okay, we do see the API key part. This is the validate logic. Yep. Let's double check what's happening in these new files. Sure. Yeah. Like if he could give good arguments for the why, he believes that, you could have somewhere to go from there, right? And you could at least be a little open-minded to his explanations and trying to figure out disproving them. But if he doesn't even want to come up with the why, then there's nowhere to move from there, right? It's like religion. You can't debate someone's religion. And flat earth is basically someone's religion at that point, even if they're not religious about a higher power. Like, that's actually something that I just now thought of, right? Like, some of these conspiracy theories are as core to people's identity as the religion they hold. Good luck convincing someone out of that. They can only convince themselves out of it. Okay, so we inspect we create this inspect things that we can log stuff. Sure. And that's for the API key. I'm going to bet there's one for dashboard user. Oh, wait. Do we not see one for dashboard user? Yeah, we just see the structs. Okay, so this is for auth principal. These are the structs that we're composing them out of. So dashboard user and API key. Interesting that we don't need an inspect for dashboard user. Oh, I see why. It's because we don't want to directly log things, so we do the short token and the hash is then redacted. Got it. That's why we do the inspect for API key auth principle. Got it. Okay. I was trying to figure out why those were uneven, but that makes sense, right? And then, whereas the dashboard user, it doesn't matter, like verified claims and user ID, who cares? Okay. Religious debates are why you got tired of debates, because it devolved into arguments that exist outside the rules of debate and logic. Exactly. Yeah. That's why, like, religious debates don't, they're not worth having. Yeah. Yeah, debates are a purely logical thing, and you can't debate illogical things. It just doesn't work. Because the person that you're debating that is following something illogical or doing something illogical, they can just say, because. If that is something someone could do, then it's not a proper debate, and it's not worth having. The only way those work is when two people enter into the debate with the understanding that they are properly debating, right? And you don't get that with a lot of these bullshit podcasts or with the fucking IRL streamers or with just like all the fucking talking heads out there, right? The spirit of debate is dying, for sure. And it's a bummer. Exactly, Trollroy. Yes. Yeah, 100%. Yep. Yeah, the easiest way to abandon Christianity is to read the Bible cover to cover. It just so happens that most Christians don't actually read the book. They just take the Cliff's Notes that some preacher or reverend or whatever gives them. All right, so yeah, I like all of these changes. I think we're good. Let me do this. We should be able to spin up the dev server. All right, we'll have to kill it here. Nope, that part's fine. Okay, I cleared all that. In Hyde Park? No, that makes sense. Yeah, I get it, Jesta. All right, so this should be able to spin up the server. Everything should be able to compile. Oh no. Ah. So is it because we're in a work tree? Okay. So what we can do is we can stage all this, we can make the commit. I believe it's a fix. Implement a cleaner, multifaceted auth permissions process. And then hold on, let me just double check. Yep. Yeah, because we did the like the token stuff previously. So this should be good. And what's up, Sarband? We do have a today command, which should help you with some of it, right? Like some of the context. If you're unaware of what Messijo is, because you're new to stream, this is the project, but we've added a couple more platforms. Sorry, just double checking something. Yeah, thank you. All right, so we pushed that up. Get fetch. Yeah, I think something about working inside of a work tree ends up breaking our Git hook stuff. I'll have to think about the right way to fix that. Yeah, I don't know. Whatever. We can just do this. What was the name of the branch? Authflow Exploration. Oh, yeah. I wish I could just do a -f. We'll do it that way. I think it's fine. All right, so we get the dev server up. Let's make sure things are still working locally. Depends on what you're trying to share. Like, use your words. We shouldn't need the link yet, if that's a thing. All right, so it seems like we're logged in. A system for restaurants and wanted some feedback from other devs if you are missing anything or any cool feedback. To me, that sounds like something you should probably post over to our Discord. We totally have like a promote yourself channel or programming feedback. But yeah, this isn't really like a code review or resume review or any kind of stream like that. But, you know, I'll probably take a look. At least other people can take a look too. And I'm a little more skeptical of someone brand new to stream doing that immediately, you know? There's something somewhat spammy about it. And if we let every spammer derail stream for their side projects, we'd never do anything, right? We'd never get anything done. I don't mind having debates and discussing and, you know, chatting. But, you know, you kind of got to understand, like, your very first time to stream, that's a bit questionable, right? Be a part of a community first before you ask something of it, right? But on Discord, that's totally fine. Okay, so this does feel like it's working okay. What I think I want to do next is we're going to spin up Schema Thesis. And Trollroy, have I seen the meta model? Because, yeah, they're definitely going to be training on your shit, right? But for certain things like open source, who cares? They could train on it anyway. So I think that could have value. Let me double check. I could... Let me just double check. Which one was this? Git bench. Run all benchmarks. Expensive. Oh. Oh, yeah, I'm in the wrong place. I did not spin up the VEND. Hold on. Let me fix a couple things. So... Hold on, here's something fun. I tried to run the benchmarks for Muse. Error. This model requires you to complete the following before use. 18 plus age confirmation. Confirm at Open Router AI settings preferences. Why? Because they're definitely stealing your data. Like 100%. But someone under 18 can't opt into a contract like that. They're already getting sued in fucking Arizona. You know, like shit. That's funny. That's pretty funny. Let me do one thing though. So yeah, Quen 3.8 Max does not have a 0 reasoning level. We'll see if Muse Spark has one. Let me go. Let me do this part real quick. I wonder if Meta's the only one they even had to do that for, which is funny. But okay. Let me make sure. Wait, where'd it go? Here it is. Let me just save that. Reasoning is mandatory for MetaSpark. All right, so now that's going to verify the effort levels, and cool. How do they know a miner is not just bypassing the verification? You're suspicious of that being very privacy invasive because no matter what they say, they will harvest age verification info. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know, man. It's like Steam, you know? As long as you change the date at which you say you were born, you can download fucking anything. You know, like whatever. You don't even need to pick a good date. You can do January 1st, 1942. Whatever. But I'm sure it's just some like legal requirement. So I don't know. Whatever. You've been 55 for the last 15 years. Yeah. Well, I mean, my grandfather celebrated like his, I don't know, 50th, 35th birthday. It was like a running joke. In your country, they use actual ID or passport to verify age, and you've seen it done for ordinary apps. Even Steam? But okay, so I know I'm a bit late to the party, but I got Opus 5 running, I got Muse Spark 1.1 running, and I've got Quen 3.8 running. Right, so those three are going to take a while because we got to do the text output and the JSON output, but they'll be up on Gitbench fairly soon, like, you know, by tomorrow. I don't know. We'll find out how good it is at Git stuff. I don't know. How old do I feel as a person in my mind? I don't know, around 30. Like body-wise, I don't even feel that old body-wise. I just feel overweight, which is a separate thing. And technically I am overweight, so, you know, that's pretty accurate. But yeah, no, I feel somewhere around 30, I think. Because I definitely have that mentality. These fucking kids. Oh, these fucking kids. But okay, so we got the API running. What I want to do right now is we're going to spin up schema thesis just to double check. I keep forgetting the schema thesis command though, and that's actually a problem. And I know there's something I could do to search history, but we're already too deep now. Sunk cost fallacy is really kicking in. Oh, it's a Python. No, it's a Doppler run. Yeah, there we go. All right, we got there, right? I just got to remember that Doppler starts it, and we'd get there way quicker. All right, so the goal here is that all of our tests pass completely, and I think it should be doing some of the API key tests. Because it's running against the public API. Right? We just validated that at least our permissions for like the dashboard user auth mechanism are working. We just want to validate the API key auth mechanism, and then we can call this good. So, yeah, how's everyone doing? Let me get another album going. Let's do one that we haven't done for a while. Maybe some Power Glove? I don't remember if this one's any good, even. I think we did this one a couple weeks ago. You're writing an article that's going to blow my mind or convince me that you're a charlatan. Why not both? And that's definitely just you. I mean, it depends. Look at it this way. What harness are you using? Because Margin Labs tracks the historical performance. Oh, wait, that's Codex. And we can see that, yeah, you're not wrong. Boris is vibe coding the fuck out of Claude Code. Like, dude, this is way outside the fucking realm of, like, statistical deviance right there. Like, especially when you see shit like this. So if you're talking about Claude Code, like the harness specifically, and any model inside of it, yeah, that's because Boris is not a software engineer. He's like a marketing mouthpiece. All right. Meanwhile, if you're using Codex, well, yeah. Codex definitely makes jumps as the models improve, and that's what these dashed lines are. And there's definitely some, like, deviations there, but this seems like way more reasonable. This seems like the non-determinism of the model more so than that crazy fucking Codex shit, right? Or, sorry, that crazy Claude Code shit. What kind of game is it, Jesta? But yeah, Sarband, like, I would say that feeling that you're getting is rooted more in just, like, human nature. When something's brand new, we actually convince ourselves to ignore the things that are bad about it more. And then as we get used to it and use it more, like, the rough edges become things that we see more prevalently. But that's just because of, like, you know, how we experience things in general. Like, a song you've heard 1,000 times is a good song, but if you've been listening to it every day for the past year, it's never going to hit as good as that first time you heard it that made you want to listen to it every day for a year, right? You know, IT Crowd is never going to be as funny as the first time I watched it. It's still good, and I still watch it all the time, but it'll never hit the same as that first, you know, experience. Movies, same idea. Dating, same idea. Well, hold on, QWERTY. maybe explain it to us first. Right? Maybe explain it to us a little first. I appreciate you, and I can give you link privileges, but come on, get consent. Give us a preface. Why should we click the link? You know? What is the general topic? What is the thesis? You should be able to sum that up pretty easily. And if you can't sum it up pretty easily, it's probably not worth reading. All right? You believe that with brain chip interfaces and advancements in artificial intelligence and cloud computing, digital immortality will become more of an engineering problem than a metaphysical one in the next 20 to 50 years. Okay. I'm not sure I agree. You're seeing the amount of AI slopware out there in the world right now, and you think there's going to be a time when you want to put that in your brain? I'm not even talking about that, right? Just like the amount of like bullshit that AI shits out. Just even the firmware of the thing that connects to your brain. I don't trust that firmware. Fuck no. Uh, well, when you say frontier models, do you mean LLMs? I disagree. LLMs are hitting diminishing returns, right? They're like doubling the amount of RAM that they take, like every, 6 months or so. But they're not doubling their capabilities. They're actually hitting diminishing returns. So yes, not even specifically LLMs. What else then? I'm not saying it won't happen, but it took us a long time to get from like the initial promising AI stuff to LLMs being even remotely viable. That was easily 40 years. I think it was technically 60 years. Let's call it 50. 50 years to go from, okay, we can do some stuff basically using AI, programmatically learning, right? Machine learning, to LLMs, which are really kind of like a glorified Markov chain, which we've known about for ages. LLMs are going to be this bottleneck we hit. And I think the next jump from that bottleneck is bare minimum 10 to 20 years off. Bare minimum. And I still don't think at that point I'm going to want something like that in my brain. That's fine, but neither of us have evidence for that because nobody can predict the future. Doubtful Jesta, because the transformer itself was created at Google in 2016. And transformers are what GPT, right, is built on. Now, has the military been using AI for image recognition and things like that? Absolutely. But that was stagnant for easily 30 years. Like our computing capabilities were the things that bottlenecked our AI consumption, right? Or our AI capabilities. Computing only got capable, I don't know, let's call it 2010. And no, even the military didn't have compute that was even remotely as good as 2010 CPU computing 20 years before that. Right? If you're looking at 1990, the military did not have compute that competes with 2010 CPUs. They didn't. It just didn't exist. They could handle throughput, right? So mainframes, etc., sure, but it still wasn't like the level of compute that we have with chips that started coming out 2010. Right? Military is better at scale, but scale wasn't the bottleneck for compute. Yeah, exactly. Nowadays, scale is the bottleneck for compute, but we're still hitting diminishing returns for that, right? But that's only been the case, I think, since like 2010 ish. And again, I'm saying what I believe. I'm not saying I'm totally right. That's the nature of debate. I'm arguing a point. I'm not necessarily certain I'm correct. But I have to argue that point as well as I can to get the best counter arguments to understand the problem better. All right, how'd schema thesis do? Damn. All right, so we're good to go. I would say the API key stuff is good. We've smoke tested the other auth, and if both of those are working fine, I'd say we're good. So let's get this back to main. All right, now we go over to staging. We'll let the staging deploy kick on up. But one thing we want to do now is, now that we got this like third time MCP server stuff going, we want to hop into the terminal here and pull in the latest changes. Oh, hold on. We haven't merged it to main yet. Yeah, while we're waiting for that, let's do the SDK stuff. Actually, real quick, I have to pee. So give me some time to do that real quick. BRB.
Saddle up, partner.
Alrighty.
Now,
Wouldn't you like to be a pepper too?
And yeah, how many people who have seen that scene for the first time? Of those people who caught my face on the statue. That was one of our mods, Krasner, who did that. It's actually its own just separate image of just my face overlaid on top of the scene that we've had, like since before he created it. It was really fun. We haven't seen him in a bit, and it's probably because I was a jerk. You know, I'm cutting back on the whiskey, right? Doesn't mean I won't ever be a jerk again, because that's kind of who I am, but whatever. I'm working on it. My biggest code pet peeve? I mean, without any qualifications, it's the push for server-side rendering when it isn't necessary. Basically Next.js, yeah. Next.js when it isn't necessary. I think Next.js solves a very good problem. I just don't think the problem is nearly as common as Vercel would like us to believe. What's up, Gregor? How you doing, man? Let's do the shout-outs. And yeah, I mean, you know, Trollroy, Vercel is Triangle Company, run by Triangle Man, and if you watched Tiny Toons back in the 90s, Triangle Man hates Person Man. All right, so GitHub Copilot, Al's AI Squad with DevDocs. Okay, I don't speak German. I don't know what von DevDocs Bisprod means. If you could sum that up, that would be a huge help for me. But yeah, anyone, you know, I know I get a bunch of German viewers on my stream. Y'all should definitely check out Gregor's stream. We only overlap a little bit, so if you want to hang out in his stream and then make it into here, you know I'm going to be going long enough. It'll be fine. So yeah, definitely, like, check out a lot of, like, Gregor's stuff. It's really good. But yeah, if anyone wants to, like, Americanify what Gregor was working on, that would help me out a bit. My guess is the AI squad thing is maybe... Is this some kind of, like, sub-agent, like, farming out to the right model with a sub-agent kind of thing? I like to speculate. And for everyone coming in from the raid, while Gregor or someone from the raid is giving us some of that info, let me explain what I'm working on. Right now, we're building an MCP server for my application called Messijo, right? Which is a social media listening tool. We do some other things. I think it's fun. I'm not trying to do a product pitch right now, but, you know, we could go into it if you have questions. The idea is we're building an MCP server. We started out and did an MCP prep, and it went way off the rails, right? It did a bunch of different steps, and it changed way too much of our code base in doing so. Like, it completely rewrote our, like, data layer, which is a huge problem because it didn't need to do that. All we wanted was an OAuth layer in which the separate MCP server could communicate and connect. Now, part of that means that, yes, if we want to do a simpler implementation of the OAuth for MCP, there are certain things that we need to omit for now. So that would be things that are destructive operations need to have like an item potency guarantee. And item potency is when you do a request, you get the same result. Technically, all of our delete commands are item potent, but I don't think there's a thing that we're doing for the MCP server as part of that like communication step. I think maybe we could coax it into a thing where it knows it's item potent and we just do like a separate response with that item potency. But we'll build our MCP server without those operations first, just to get something working in a simpler way, right? When we were doing our discovery for this third attempt at building the MCP server with AI, we realized that there were some things that needed to be fixed to do a proper build on top of this stuff. One of the things was our access and refresh token logic wasn't amazing, but we needed to make sure that our token auth or dashboard token auth and our API key auth were done in a way that adding an OAuth token auth process would be a simple add rather than like a whole new module, right? So we ended up implementing those. We got those fixed. We're letting our CI/CD build for staging before we merge into main and push that up. And then once we've got that, we can head back into here, pull those changes into this context, let it know that, and then start doing a proper planning process of creating the tasks that need to be done. Because we're using a thing called OpenSpec for our specifications. Now, this might be a hot take. I don't think committing OpenSpec specifications is actually a good idea, but I do love it for the discovery phase of figuring out like the plan and the contract to hand off to fresh contexts, because I feel like it's really easy for models to like rot their context and make bad decisions off of things that it reads but were actually supposed to be thrown away. So when you're doing your planning phase, or, you know, OpenSpec explore, propose, right? There's going to be things where you tell it, oh, hold on, I didn't want to do that. But as the context grows, I feel like that number's around 200 to 300K. As your context grows bigger than that, during its implementation of later things, it's going to read from the earlier context and possibly miss the word not or don't. Right? So I think negative prompting also suffers from this problem where like the model will like jump back to certain parts of the context, ignoring things that corrected that part of the context. So instead, fresh context is king. Right? Preventing context rot is actually our number one job when using AI these days. Now, do I only use AI? No, but this is, in my opinion, this is the cheapest it will ever be. So I'm trying to make sure I understand this stuff, I use it, I get a good understanding and plan moving forward of what I like to use it for and how I like to use it, because in the future, it'll be way more expensive to learn that stuff for yourself. And I don't like taking other people's word for it. I like experimenting. I like trying stuff. So let me get more music going. Yeah, let's do this one. I don't think we've done this one for a while. And yeah, how's everyone doing on the various platforms? All right, real quick. Sorry, band. I missed that bit. So what you do is get all frameworks and something each one of them for what they are good at. Use them, not you them. Okay. Use each one of them for what they're good at. So your projects usually are mixed between different languages and frameworks You think most devs do that. So yeah. As an example, this project I'm working on, Elixir is my backend API because I really like Phoenix as a framework for building persistent REST APIs. If I'm going to be doing anything that lives on a VPS or an equivalent of a VPS, I'm going to be picking Elixir, just in general, because I like the developer experience of Phoenix as a framework. I think it hits a lot of the same like points that made Rails great, but with what I consider a more performant and fun language to use. Rails is nice to read. I'm not a big fan of writing Rails because you miss out on like types, and like Rails isn't strict enough. And technically Elixir isn't strict typing, it's strong typing. There are some people out there in the world that do not know the difference between strong typing and strict typing. Strong typing is being able to pattern match, right? Let me see if I can find it real quick. Fetch, maybe ls, status, God, there's something missing here. Oh, no, never mind, wrong thing. So here in this commit, blah, 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 right? When we look at, there's like a very specific thing about the pattern matching in here that I find really cool and powerful. But I got to figure out which file it was. So here we go, right? We have this call function where you get this like pattern match of, well, yeah, the assigned key of the thing that gets passed on the connection here is going to have auth principal in it, and it's going to have a dashboard user within that auth principal, and this is a struct. This is basically a type from as you might be familiar in other languages, and then that is going to be destructured to grab this user ID. If any of these things don't match that pattern, this function doesn't get called, and it instead falls back to this far more generic function. That is strong typing. It is not strict typing, because strict typing is a fundamentally different thing, but it is at least strong enough typing that your types matter, right? If we just had an anonymous map that matched this shape of user ID, it still wouldn't match dashboard user as a struct, right? So that has value still, and that is strong typing versus strict typing. Very few people actually understand the difference, though. No, definitely not design patterns. No, I would say think more like TypeScript versus Haskell, as an example. There are things you can do where the shape of your object, if it matches a type that you created, then it's fine. Whereas Haskell, it has to be that exact struct, or, that exact type. Is that like a better explanation? You can't just do shape-based matching. You have to do struct matching. That is strong typing. And technically, yeah, that is like structural typing. And even then, like structural typing can still be considered strict, right? So it's like kind of fuzzy in that regard. So yeah, like, I don't know. I probably misspoke a little bit in the differences there and by considering TypeScript versus Haskell or whatever. But at least like you kind of get the idea. It's not the exact same, right? It's not like a perfect analogy though. Because technically I think a lot of people would consider TypeScript strict when you follow rules like no any and things like that. Right? So there's like loose typing and duck typing. Then there's strong typing. And then there's strict typing. Yeah, I get that design patterns. Technically, TypeScript can be strict. TypeScript can be much more strict depending on how you have your TS config. And I think even like now with the new Go compiler, it gets even more strict or allows itself to be more strict. But because TypeScript had to deal with like the backwards compatibility problem, it can't be nearly as strict as some other things. But I think technically TypeScript would be considered strict typing if you follow the rules of making those strict. Right? Yeah. Like there's definitely some like warts that make it a fuzzy strictness versus pure strictness just because of backwards compatibility problems. But honestly, guys, I love talking about this shit. I could just be building stuff off stream and I might be more productive. I don't think I would be because I'd be playing video games. But the fact that we have conversations like this is so fun. I fucking love this. I would say Java is strict. I'm almost positive Java is strict. Basically, when you start dealing with like strict typing, you start dealing with the difference between float and int. Any language that has an opinion about float versus int would probably be considered strict. I know TypeScript doesn't necessarily because JavaScript will always be float anyway, so it didn't need the idea of int, besides big int, which can be strictly typed, as an example. So yeah, like just TypeScript is kind of this like fuzzy thing in between. So it's a lot harder to make like hard statements about it compared to like other things, right? That's at least the way I understand it. And again, I'm not saying I'm right. This is just my understanding. And the whole point of stream is not that I'm a teacher, it's that we're all learning together. When I tell people I stream programming, they're like, oh, so you're like teaching people. It's like, fuck no. They might learn something, but I'm not teaching. I'm a bad teacher. I'm a really bad teacher. Like snowboarding. I'm pretty good at snowboarding. I am a shit teacher of snowboarding. How do you do this? You just do it. You know, like, I don't know, man. I fell a lot and figured it out. I don't know how to explain it, besides a few things. There are a few things that I can teach snowboarding-wise, but that's only because someone actually told me and it made a shitload of sense. Right? When you're doing like a front board and you want to bring it back, you have to put your shoulders across because you're doing this like counter movement, right? So if you want to do a front board and bring it back, your shoulder placement is the number one thing that does that. And usually like you can fix your shoulder placement with your arms by doing it. But even then, like, yeah, like in a chair, snowboarding, right? Like, or not chair snowboarding, but in a chair, you can even mimic it, right? You put your arms out like that, it rotates your chair. You pull them back, your chair rotates back. Right? As long as your feet aren't on the ground. So yeah, it's just like there's some interesting momentum things that someone told me, and it made a shitload of sense, and I was able to do front boards way better because of it. I worked at Stevens Pass for 10 years, so I know it like the back of my hand. Timberline during the summer is basically the only option if you want to like ride a chairlift. There's places like Whistler where you can hike it. There's Copper where you can hike it during the summer. And then there's, of course, like Southern Hemisphere summer snowboarding, but I haven't done any of that yet. As far as like anywhere but my home mountain, I really like Utah. I've ridden at Brighton in Utah, and I've ridden at Powder Mountain in Utah. Both of those were fantastic. Like, Powder Mountain was amazing. We got up there, and then the road was closed behind us, so it was like 15 people on the mountain. It was amazing. Lake Tahoe was really good, too. No, I've never been to Alta. I think, isn't Alta one of the skier-only ones? Is Alta the one that's on the backside of Brighton? Yeah. I think Alta's the one that's on the backside of Brighton in like a separate canyon. So technically, you could ride Alta as a snowboarder, but then you're going to get arrested for trespassing. Because you can just go up Brighton, hike over, and drop. I think that's Alta then. I could be misremembering that, but yeah. I'm pretty sure that's Alta. I have friends who are banned, like trespassed from Alta. If they go back, they're going to spend time in jail by doing that. And maybe not friends, they're acquaintances at this point. And even back then, I don't know. Yeah, they were still just acquaintances. They're probably not even acquaintances. They're just somebody I used to know, but not like the song. All right, let's see. Did our CI/CD complete properly? I must have closed that tab. So yeah, unknown user. I don't have a big preference between Tahoe and Utah. When I was in Tahoe, I didn't ride that much powder. So I mean, just based on like the experience, the powder I rode in Utah was amazing. In Colorado, some of those resorts are fun, but they're super expensive, and I don't know, like a lot of people at Colorado resorts are douchebags. From my experience, right? You either get like the people that work at the giant resorts that, you know, they hate regular people because their tourist situation is gnarly, or you're dealing with the tourists anyway. All right, so staging deployed. I would say our production is good too. Oop. I mean, I got 64 gigs of RAM. If you don't use it, you lose it. But also, Sarband, I don't know if you have it turned on or not, but Chrome has an ability to background inactive tabs, right? So as an example, let's find one. Here we go. Skyseed.fund, 46 megs freed up because it's an inactive tab. Right? We have the technology. It's not that fucking crazy. You know? I consider it a bit of a red flag when people get concerned about someone else's amount of tabs. Because they fundamentally don't understand how paging works and things like that. All right, so let's push this up. Okay. Yeah, I don't like misusing the term OCD. But yeah, mental overwhelming, like, I don't know. Eh. Eh. One thing to recognize with the way I treat my tabs is basically everything from here over, right? This is my Trello board that has all of my project ideas in it. Everything to the left of that is actually just an archive of things that I maybe want to like save for later or give talks about. And there's, you know, we'll go through and trim the archive eventually. Like there's a couple right here, like, dude, yeah, these are Ashby like job things that I just wanted to hold on to for a bit because yeah, I thought, maybe I might apply to Open Router. Sure, why not? But that job's no longer available and whatever. This, you know, GitHub hackathon done. But then some of this other stuff I'm going to keep. So yeah. Do you not have the pattern recognition of knowing what these icons mean? Because it should be pretty easy. Like, do you realize how quick I found that? How old was I when I got my first software job? So we're not counting freelancing, right? So if we're not counting freelancing, it would be when I started working at Fresh Consulting in 2014. Or maybe 2015. I forget the edge there. Probably 2015. I think it was 2015. Yeah, because I remember like ES6 being called ES 2015 was like a thing in that like first office I worked in. So at that point, if it was 2015, I would have been 31. Depending on the time of year, actually. I might have been 30 still. Yeah, I must have been 30 still, because I started in the spring. You're right. Yeah, I have multiple GitHub ones, but I can just mouse over and we're good, right? So Moai, Kyoto, Flu, whatever. It's not a big deal. And they're all, you know, like we see 144 gig or 144 megs. Well, yeah, we just opened those tabs, but they were backgrounded, so RAM doesn't matter, right? Here's 126 from the Barnum thing. That one's inactive. That RAM isn't occupied. In general, what you're saying is it sounds like a skill issue. People that can't handle that many tabs. Did you order the code red? Hold on, wait. Did you order the code review? Oh, there you go. You want comments? I want the review. You can't handle the review. There we go. Boom, nailed it. Scene. Hold on. That's a tweet, right? That's definitely a tweet. Hold on. What are the characters' names? I feel good about that. That was good. That was solid. That was solid. Almost 2:30 a.m. You got to go get some sleep. Yeah, no worries. Feel free to post your project over in the promote yourself or programming feedback channel. Totally fine. And thanks for being cool. Thanks for being understanding about that. And yeah, 4:30. Is that the UK? Or is that daylight savings and it's like Germany or something? Kurdistan. Okay. Is that Czech Republic? Or is that a country? But yeah, no worries. Have a good night there, Sarband. Is Kurdistan a country? I guess that's where the Kurds are, huh? That would make sense, right? I've heard that term before. I think. Oh, hold on. Did we not push that up yet? All right, yeah, that's pushed. Okay. Yeah. I guess we already did that. Sweet. Oh, yeah, duh, because that was in off-flow exploration. Duh, we were in the wrong one. There we go. That looks more familiar. Okay. That's where they spawned in. I like that term. That's That's very Tarkov of you. Ooh, and let's double check. How are we sitting on our token usage for the week? Yeah, and that resets Monday. No big deal. This is just the $20 plan. I do have some credits that I added back when we were like hitting our limit and didn't have any resets. I don't think I have any resets right now either. But you know, it's pretty rare that I need it. I think I added the credits because we were like dangerously close to going over, and I didn't want to get like interrupted. Like during like a specific task that we were doing. I think it was when we needed to get bench over the line. Well, I mean, freedom. I'm technically a big kid right now, and I'm not even a big cake eater. Yeah, I'm definitely not like token maxing in a crazy way. Like I'm definitely not anywhere close to like Theo's like workflow or any of that stuff. I still like being the human in the loop. So I definitely like slow things down a bit. But there's other stuff that I'll just fully vibe code. Like I don't care. It just depends. We even like kind of mentioned this earlier. I am more than okay with not looking at any of the code for things that have very like finite boundaries, right? As an example, there's our not Redis implementation that we did in Rust. That's just an in-process version of Redis so that we could port another thing easier without changing the entire structure, right? We wanted to maintain the same API because we wanted it to be a one-to-one conversion of this Python thing someone wrote into our Rust version of it. Boom. That not Redis implementation, very, very like strict borders around it, you know? The inside of it, I don't care. As long as we maintain performance and, you know, we get the inputs and outputs as we expect it. At the end of the day, like, yeah, we can just measure performance and kick auto research off. Hell yeah, dude. Similar to how we did our TurboStream implementation. Son of a bitch. See, I don't think we're actually down, but we still have this. So this is a thing that I think we're messing up in our server. So we're going to have to go reset that. I need to set some alerts for when like things do go wrong. But it looks like, dude, yeah. We had it for a few days, and then this implementation died again. And I think it's really just something about like this like monitor not refreshing its WebSocket properly. I'm almost positive of that, but Ugh. There's a way we can test this. Forget the command. Oh. Hold on. That's the wrong one. So yeah, here in monitor. Oh, yeah. Never mind. That's not where we have the testing going. If we double check this. Right, so we're getting all those messages. Let me just double check this part. Make sure we're listening to the one I think we're listening to. And yeah, so we're connected to our turbo stream here. It's just in our turbo monitor that we got this issue. Hey, Zayu. How's it going? How you liking your new gig? And Andrew, he's so fun to work with, isn't he? Like, I would assume he's fun to work with. I've definitely been at, like, conferences and hung out with him a bunch. But you're making a Luma alternative, probably AT Proto-based, right? I know your tricks. Hell yeah. Did you figure out getting to render? Because it's coming up. Oh, okay. Yeah, no worries. It's actually 89 degrees in this room. It's just too hot for a beanie right now. Can't make it this time. That's a shame. The commits are happening on Tuesday. I don't want to spoil it, but I'll be there for a reason. Too hot, so you stop stream. Yeah, no, makes sense. But if you got to get going, thank you for the raid. I appreciate you. Thanks for hanging out. And yeah, we'll chat again soon. Are you going to TwitchCon at least? Because that's close. Why wouldn't you? All right, later. Have a good one. So let's do the shout out stuff. Oh, we did that part. Did we do this one yet? We did not. There we go. So we got that one out of the way. And how did the Luma alternative go? Anyone coming in from the raid? Like, where did Zayu get to with it? Ooh, I see an interesting pattern here. Hold up. So baseline 2, baseline 1. It seems like we failed when baseline 1 failed, but we should be listening to baseline 2. And oh, that's interesting. Hold on, we got a baseline 1 and 2? That looks like a mistake. But again, we vibe coded the hell out of this monitor, so there's probably some stuff to fix with it. But Freedom, what is Luma? Luma is like an event platform. In general, meetup.com was the big thing for, like a decade. Luma has taken its place because meetup.com was heavily stagnated by WeWork. And I think it's now its own independent thing or owned by a different company, but it just hasn't regained, its prominence. And Luma is a pretty solid experience. As far as if you're an event organizer, Luma is the best place to announce your event, to get people to show up to it, to measure how many people actually did show up, because you get the QR code stuff really easy. There's a lot of value in just the other stuff Luma provides that Meetup just hasn't built. So then, Alan, you were there at the end. Chat did a good job of distracting, as chat does. But chat, there's no way you could distract me as much as I would distract myself. So I love this. OpenAI Black Hat talk was quite mind-blowing. Okay, maybe. How badly did COVID affect in-person conferences? You never went before and not sure you would go now? Why wouldn't you go now? I'm curious about that. And hips, distraction attempt, number 1. Pretty solid, but took me a while to see it. But yeah, design patterns. Why wouldn't you go now? COVID's basically over. Sure, the virus is out there still, but whatever. If you're going to be that much of a germaphobe, you probably don't leave the house at all anyway, so whatever. But I bet you do. So wait, their model built this interesting communication message board using folder names. Okay. Got it, design patterns. That makes sense. Okay, I get it. So, in general, you don't go to a conference for the talks. You go for the conversation. There is something you get from in-person conversation around a general topic like Chain React and React Native that you just don't get anywhere else. You get the ability to talk with core contributors to the things you use, like React Native. You get all sorts of dude, the people who work at Software Mansion, there is a bunch of them. If you've done any React Native, you know that name. You cannot get that in the same way online via Twitter, etc. It's just not the same. Now, here's the biggest thing. Yes, I don't pay for tickets to conferences. I pretty much will never do so. I am very introverted as well. I leave the house once a month. Right? Hell is other people. Except when you have common interests. And that's what you get when you go to a conference and surround yourself with people with common interests. But yes, I don't pay for tickets. You want to know how you can get a free ticket to a conference? Propose a talk. I bet you got something fun you could talk about. Right? Depending on where you live, there might be meetups in your area. Here in Seattle, the meetup scene is struggling to come back. There's a couple. Down in SF, the meetup scene is strong. And again, it's about just talking with people in a way that, like, it's not this giant forever public forum, you know? You can talk to people in a way that, like, they know they're talking to a person. You're not talking past each other in a way that you would on Twitter, right? I think there's a lot of value in that, like, face-to-face. It's a thing that, like, when you're talking to a person face-to-face, you know they're not some fucking bot. I mean, yes, I know there's some people that you talk to where you're like, well, wait a minute. Are they a bot? Yeah, but you have more reasonable, confirmations that they aren't. Some people do suck to talk to, even in person. Sure. It's pretty easy to avoid them, though. And they ostracize themselves pretty quickly. No. Yeah. I get it. Yeah. I totally get it. Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that, Freedom. But that's the thing, design patterns. If you are in, like, a larger city, look for meetups, because they're typically free, and sometimes you can get free drinks. Like, that's the exact opposite of, like, something that costs you money. You get free shit out of it. That's awesome. Right? That's awesome. So yeah, I don't know. I highly recommend meetups in your area. So conferences, less so about the free drinks. It depends, but if you're paying for a ticket at a conference, well, at least you get a meal. Some of them will do drinks. If it's a larger conference, you might even get companies like doing like after parties that are really good. So GopherCon just happened here in Seattle. They had an open bar. Like, they had a tab for basically any drinks you wanted. And they needed to, like, make sure they consumed the budget, so some people were getting upper shelf stuff. Yeah, that was huge. It was awesome. It was awesome. CubeCon. CubeCon had multiple open bar parties. Growthbook put on one. I feel bad because I forget the second company that put on one. But one of the people I met at GopherCon, I met at CubeCon 2 years ago. He didn't remember me, but I remembered him because my memory is a bit freakish. But yeah, I think there's value, and especially for like the more expensive things. Like, because I'm going to this thing for the commits and I don't necessarily want to spoil why, I can't say exactly why, but I'm getting a free ticket to render ATL. And that's like $1,000 ticket. Now, yes, I'm spending some money on extending my hotel stay and paying for the flight. But I don't go out that much. I don't travel much. So I have the budget for spending a little bit out of pocket. And then I also get lucky in that if I am speaking at a conference, if I get accepted for like a CFP and I'm talking about something GitKraken related, GitKraken covers the flight and hotel and food while I'm out there. That's awesome. So yeah, I do a lot of like GitKraken focused proposals. I've got Commit Your Code conference coming up at the beginning of September. I haven't heard back about Git Merge yet, but Git Merge is in Portugal. And if I get accepted for a GitKraken talk for Git Merge, fingers crossed, they're going to cover my flight to Portugal and hotel. I'm like, dude, I've never flown out of the country. Shit. So yeah, I don't know. I am somewhat lucky in that regard. When it was just me proposing stuff about like my own things, I would pick and choose the conferences that cover flight and hotel. And there are conferences like that, which is awesome. I'm trying to remember, dude, when I spoke at SquiggleConf. Yeah, SquiggleConf covered the hotel. I just covered the flight. Boom. Awesome. Fucking great. So yeah, I don't know. I'm a big fan of right. So, yeah, we should at least get something clanking on this a bit. We should update Pi though. I'm gonna remove this auto research stuff because any other auto research we do will start fresh. I'm gonna remove beads as well. But yeah, I hope I get it too, but no pressure if I don't. I'm not sure if anyone from like the Git Merge Approval Committee is listening, but I'm not worried. I just think it would be really fun. Let's close this. I don't think we need the changes that were in there. All right, so fire up Pi. Oh wait, and hold on. Looks like there were some changes we had up there. Oh, and yeah. We did some open spec stuff. Sure, clean up auto research and open spec artifact. Yes, because this is back before I kind of like landed on the opinion that I shouldn't be committing open spec stuff. Oh. Right, because I feel like it gets into this like weird loop on itself where if you make any changes outside of OpenSpec, it will actually regress those changes because it wasn't in your existing specs. But I still find a lot of value in using OpenSpec for like creating the plan and implementing through it, right? Just because like you create the plan, or technically you do the exploration where you just chat with it. Then you generate the proposal after that, and you can inspect the proposal as a handoff document, and then you completely throw away the entire context and start fresh with just the handoff document, right? Just the proposal. And I find that you get a lot less crazy hallucinations when you are more explicit about restarting your context. I don't have any numbers or anything to back that up, but this is at least like, I don't know, kind of the way that I feel about it so far. Give me a second, though. I'm going to grab some more ice cubes, and I'm going to use the restroom, and I'll be right back. So what we need to do is we need to figure out, because one thing we just validated is that... Oh, wrong thing. Sorry. One thing we just validated is that... PNPM fiddle. This is listening to our WebSocket connection of our TurboStream like re-implementation, our fork. So that means that it's definitely live, but this monitor is disconnected. So we got to figure out why this disconnection keeps happening at this level, but it's not like a flaw in our WebSocket server, right? So there's something going wonky there. And I think it's really just a flaw in the implementation of the turbo monitor here. But this monitor that we have that you see, 1000% vibe coded. I don't know anything about the code base of it because I don't care, because it's just this like fuzzy ephemeral thing. It is not any like production level thing I give a shit about. Except for the fact that when I go and try and show this stuff, well, yeah, that's kind of embarrassing, isn't it? Shit. So yeah, gotta fix it. That's what we'll do. And we are going to prompt, I don't know, some model we decide upon in Pi. GLM52 Cloud. I think I'm good with that. Oh, we should update our extensions. Sure, why not? And then while that's going, let me go pee. Oh, shit, hold on. We need another album. I want to leave you inside. Let's pick a different artist. So we got like, dude, way too many of those. And hold on, let me refresh because I think some of those have been hidden. Let's do this one. And then, yes, I'll be right back. Give me a sec. Okay, sorry. Had to pour some more into the ice cube tray. I got 2 of them, but gotta get them alternating properly. So yeah, while this one's freezing, I got the second. But it is too hot of a day. All right, so we updated superpowers and pi subagents. So now right, so yeah. What we're doing is, right, our monitor still seems to have a flaky WebSocket connection to our own TurboStream RS. I verified that the WebSocket server is alive and well, so this seems to be an issue with our monitor's ability. I know it, that grammar doesn't matter. Our monitor's ability to, and then hold on, let me double check. All right, never mind. I find this interesting. Sorry, I know I'm getting distracted. It seems to me like a lot of people at work get a major case of the Fridays, in which, like, yeah, Friday, like, not that much work gets done. Or at least, like, they're way less responsive than they normally are. Or maybe it just feels that way because I feel like I do more on Fridays than I normally do. Like, I'm usually pretty responsive. But I don't know. Like, and like, I work over the weekends too. But I don't reach out to people on the weekends. Yeah, I feel more productive on Fridays. I don't know what it is. It's like, oh, there's these things I gotta wrap up, and like less meetings typically too. So like, it's like me wrapping up the things that I kind of like kicked off as like thoughts and threads at the beginning of the week. At least like when it involves other people. So it's like I'm trying to squeeze it in before the weekend because I'm going to keep working on the weekend, but I kind of need a little bit of communication so that I can go off and work in a vacuum, for a couple days. So yeah, I think I need to treat my Thursdays more like my Fridays. Just knowing that like other people aren't going to be treating their Friday the same way, which is fine. But yeah, so verified that the WebSocket server is alive and well. So this seems to be an issue with our monitor's ability to resume when a connection has a hiccup. And it seems to be specific to our Turbo Stream RS because because the baseline is much more reliable. And it's, hold on, Turbo Monitor. That's it. All right, so let's kick off this exploration. We haven't used our Olama subscription in ages, so that's good, right? You got to get the value out of it. I'm like halfway tempted to cancel my Minimax subscription, but I know the moment I do, they're going to come out with some like leaps and bounds better model. Right? Just the moment I do. So technically, I should cancel my Minimax just to like push them forward. Right? That's how that works. That's just science. All right, so I'm looking forward to maybe what it discovers there. Let's continue with this. And hold on, why am I doing that over in the terminal? Well, we do a few of those over in the terminal. We've still got this, but the main reason this is in the terminal is we don't have Pi support in Kepler. And I hate juggling subscriptions, so I don't want to like change up open codes like default model for the moment, because we're using that in other ways as well. So yeah, Pi is my Olama subscription, basically. Because I don't find the harnesses that sticky compared to each other, besides Claude Code being shit. And hold on. I feel like I don't get notifications from Signal. No. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, the LinkedIn stuff can be so bullshitty sometimes. And I think it's funny when people, especially like on LinkedIn, like, you want to have a real or virtual coffee? Nah, I don't drink coffee. This font? I don't know. Uh, Archivo? I don't know, man. Wow, this is trekking along. Yeah. Yeah, we'll let that one just keep going. All right. So this ended up like it did some review of our authentication pre-work. I don't give a shit about this one. We know that we did good keys. Right, so the dashboard refresh design is explicitly stateless and reusable, not rotated or persisted, and not individually revocable, valid for up to 30 days. Right? We didn't do a migration, we just did a hard cutover. So yeah, those parts are fine. Our current MCP design should eventually be corrected where it describes an additive dashboard token migration. No, it shouldn't. Right, of the two findings, we can also ignore the new findings. What were they again? The high. And then for the medium, what's the medium again? All right, so now it's going to fix this dock. Okay. Something seems off. Like, where are those specs coming from? Something seems wrong with this. All right, so theoretically, we're all caught up. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. So I want to make sure this proposal I want to validate this because the last time we let it go off on the rails here, or off the rails here, not on the rails, on the line, it did way too much shit. Like, way too much. I do hate when songs do this. That, like, snare drum doubling. It just feels lazy. It's just bad songwriting. Or it's bad, what is it? Drum arrangement, I guess? I don't know what it is. I'm not a fan. Okay, so it needs to create a, what do they call this? A join table. Yep. All right, that's for the many-to-many jump. So then auth codes, hashed short-lived single-use codes and their bindings. Yep. Ooh, that was the end of the album, though. So what do y'all think? Should we go crunchy or chill? Anyone got a preference? God, 89 degrees in this room. Well, no one has an opinion? Really? We're programmers. We have opinions about everything. All right, we'll go crunchy. And I get it. It's Friday night. People got shit to do, right? But we should check on where that exploration went with that. I think auth codes going in a table. Attesto is the library. Okay, I wanted to verify that we're going to be using Attesto. So this is for MCP, OAuth, refresh tokens. They get hashed. I think reuse detection is probably necessary for that. Right. So technically, the MCP worker is an OAuth client, right? So yeah, that needs to be handled and stored. What is CIMD? Client ID metadata document. Okay. Okay. Right. So we're going to keep any private keys or things like that in Doppler. All right, so protocol audit event. Could use the existing logging telemetry pipeline rather than an audit table. All right, so then, yeah, make sure to record these things, and if these decisions and if we are set, or we are in agreement, so yeah, now they're going to validate the MCP and CIMD stuff, just to be sure. So yeah, I want to double check, like, where is this ephemeral cache actually going to be implemented? I want to avoid something wonky like a Redis or something, you know? And because it's just caching, it shouldn't need to be persisted anywhere on disk. So it might even be a really good use case for amnesia. But I want to see what it says explicitly before we like direct it. And yeah, Brainless, are you out there? Oh, an ETS cache. Oh, I forget what ETS is. Elixir term storage. Right. So yeah, we don't even need amnesia. Oh, Erlang term storage. Yeah. All right, so our CPU usage spikes a little bit. Our memory usage, we've got plenty of space for the ETS cache. All right, I just want to double check that. All right, so yeah, we'll just update the OpenSpec artifacts, and then from there, we can switch to a new context and kick that off. But yeah, anyone got any fun plans for the weekend? Okay, cool. So let's double check where we at with our usage. We got 43% left. So it should call OpenSpec skills automatically in here. Yep. All right, cool. So while that's going, I kind of want to look at some Hacker News stuff. Should AI labs be treated like the owners of dangerous animals? Oh, this seems interesting too. Oracle banned AI generated code from OpenJDK? Interesting. I find that really interesting because isn't Larry Ellison part of like the AI circle jerk? Right? The Ouroboros of like money exchanging hands back and forth. I mean, not as bad as Microsoft, and not as bad as Nvidia. Kitesurf seems really cool. Yeah, I saw that come up earlier, maybe yesterday. I mean, wasn't this already known? Wasn't it like the Cambrian event? Right? Like basically like life before trees. Interesting. All right, cool. So we fired up a bunch of stuff. You know, while the clankers are clanking. Oh, never mind. Looks like it clanked. Still 12 slices. That feels like a lot. All right, so we'll kick that off. We are definitely getting to a lower amount of that context left. All right, so yeah, DeepSeek V4 Flash 0731, which is a very capable model. And this is on the arcprize.org. So what I think I see it doing is outscoring Kimi K3 on the ARC prize thing at a much cheaper price point. So basically, DeepSeek V4 Flash is what you would basically use for Luna level tasks. At about what looks to me like a quarter of the cost. And yeah, like pretty comparable to GPT-5.6 Soul Medium at a tenth of the cost. Find that interesting that Fable Medium does so well on this benchmark compared to Soul Medium. Because I really do consider those models like really close to each other, but Fable has like such a tighter distribution. And yeah, going from like max X high to max is basically doubling the cost. Yikes. Yikes. Damn, from what I'm seeing here, I should probably be using DeepSeek V4 Flash instead of... Oh, wait, that's GPT. I thought it said GL. Oh, yeah, there's GLM. And that's on V2, but if we go to V1, on V1 it gets way up there. The gap between 5.2 and it, intelligence-wise, is not nearly as much. But again, price-wise, what I find interesting, and this isn't the first time I've seen it, some of these models, it's unintuitive whether max effort is going to be more expensive. Right? But it's only a few that exhibit that behavior. In fact, yeah, I'm not seeing it being any worse. Yeah, it seems really good. It's extremely cheap. And yeah, it experiences the same thing between... Oh, and it's not that it's less intelligent, it's that it's somehow cheaper with max reasoning? Is that just due to, like, a back and forth? Like, with max reasoning, it's taking less tokens because it's taking less, like, round trips? You're going to pick up an open code sub just to slam it? Well, here's something I would recommend Botto, right? Kimi K3 is very capable. Well, I mean, here's the thing, though, Botto. Reasoning tokens are billed at output token levels. So max reasoning should theoretically be burning more reasoning tokens, right? But this is not a single request response. This is most likely a bunch of back and forths with the model. So my guess is by spending more tokens in reasoning, you're spending less in doing like the return of output and then piping that output back to another input. Right? So it's not necessarily a reduction in reasoning tokens, but it is a reduction in overall tokens because of less round trips. Because the round trips incur extra. That's my theory. I don't know for sure. But keep in mind, it's like, it's the only one we really see doing that, which I find really interesting. We see some others that get worse, right? They perform worse with more reasoning. That's something we've seen before. But I haven't seen models get cheaper with more reasoning. This is like the only one that we see exhibiting that behavior, as far as I can tell. Man, where'd everyone go? Only 23 people in here right now? Where'd y'all go? I have a hunch. No, maybe not. Yeah, so I don't think my stream actually overlaps with this other person as much as I thought they did. It could be code drift. Could be code drift. I mean, I definitely see a few people that we would expect over here, over in this other stream I'm looking at. But really, yeah, our audience doesn't overlap that much. My theory is my audience has more of a social life. That's my current theory. I'm sticking to it. Which would line up with the difference between our content. And yeah, exactly, Botto. The fact that there's that like intelligence leap is pretty interestingly awesome, right? Like it still gets like a jump from 56 to 61, but it's getting that with less round trips, theoretically. I think that's kind of cool. Now, what is this like ARC prize benchmark? All right, so ARC is the abstraction and reasoning corpus for artificial general intelligence. Yeah, all right. Let's see what people are saying about it. Had to settle your dad's dog down? That statement would work if you switched dog's dad as well. Right? That'd just be two dogs. But yeah, so where are we at? Well, we got this thing creating or implementing our tasks for the first slice of our MCP server stuff. This thing we probably need to double check on the steps for, because this was just a discovery using GLM. But I decided to hop over to some Hacker News stuff and look at some of this. Because where the hell did everyone go? That's an interesting point, right? You could argue that the best coding model that we have at the moment is the human brain, and people gladly pay $10K a month for one of them. 20K, 30K, you know? So yeah, this is just about DeepSeek Flash, like the newest iteration of it. Dude, 10 trillion parameters to be a Mythos level model. And yeah, cheap and good enough usually beats excellent but expensive, at least from a consumer standpoint. Yeah, and if that were true, Apple wouldn't exist. Sure. And Spirit Airlines wouldn't be bankrupt. I think those are at the extremes. But yeah, let's get more music on. See, this does not feel that way to me. But maybe I misunderstood how OpenCode reports the cost thing. So yeah, has anyone here given DeepSeek V4 Flash a try yet? All right, yeah. So I think DeepSeek V4 Flash is definitely going to be the model that we farm out as sub-agents. I think Kimi K3 is the one that we want to put on top. I am curious about this. We'll open the article. I know that's unheard of, right? All right, so Genesis Science 1. Interesting. And that's almost explicitly stuff that, Claude was kind of screwing that community for, right? So I find that kind of interesting. But okay. Let's see what people are saying. Yeah, as far as US based open models go, it's just Gemma and GPT-OSS. Oh, yeah, you're right. Oh, yeah. Someone's pointing out Inkling, Nemotron, Trinity. True. Yeah, this. This is one of my favorite terms lately, navel gazing. It's a good term. Let's get to a newer thread. All right, so you recently found out and trying to learn more about skills with AI agents, apparently reusable capabilities. Have I found any to be useful? Yeah, Hyper. Yeah, skills are somewhat old news at this point. But yeah, you should definitely be using them. You should definitely be fiddling with it. There's an entire directory of skills that you can look up. And a tool from Vercel to install them into whatever agent you want. For the most part, just think of skills as copy and pastable prompts. That's about it. And that's really all they are. You can make your own. It's incredibly simple, actually. I do think that is an interesting thing, though, right, Hyper? Because basically, if you know about and use these things on any kind of regular cadence, a lot of this stuff is old hat. But there's a major swath of people out there in the world that are just now discovering stuff that we considered old news, right? So, yeah, I'm not trying to make you feel bad about that. But yes, there's a lot of skills that have use. And you should probably be trying to catch up. Hold on, let me see if I can find this. Grid made from survey of AI awareness. 1 red pixel. Here you go. So yeah, right? Each dot here is about 3.2 million people. And I know they're taking this from somewhere else, but whatever. We'll just do the Instagram version of it. Right? So every gray dot is never used AI. The green, free chatbot user, right? Think, ChatGPT, Perplexity, whatever. For pays $20 a month for AI. Well, yeah, 15 to 25 million people in the world. And then finally, uses some kind of coding scaffold, 2 to 5 million max. It is 1 pixel. It is 0.04% of the entire world. So yes. Now, this is as of February 2026, so that's a little old. I would be curious about what the updated version of this is. Because I wouldn't even have put myself very heavily into that camp back in February 2026. I had dabbled with open code, I had done a little bit, but we didn't really dive in until late February. So I find that interesting. But again, I wasn't trying to make you, feel behind, because that is really annoying and I'm not trying to stress you out. But as someone who kind of uses and talks about this stuff pretty much every day, at every meetup I go to, at every conference, right, here on stream, at work, it's easy to forget that we're in this one little dot. And if you're here in the orange, that's nothing to feel bad about. And I think it's even more interesting that, yeah, you're probably actually in the red. Because, yeah, you're using a coding harness. You found out about, skills, right? Oh, okay. Never mind then. Well, are you paying for anything? If you're not paying for any of it, well then, yeah, you're in the green dot, which is interesting. Ah. Okay. I would heavily recommend every single person out there that's not beyond the green dot, you need to be doing this. Not because like you're being left behind or whatever other bullshit. Like it's not going to take your job. It is simply the absolute cheapest this stuff will ever be. Unless we see like DeepSeek and some of those open models completely destroy OpenAI and Anthropic. But even DeepSeek said the cost is going to go up. So right now, the DeepSeek cost of Flash is subsidized. The subsidizing of these things cannot last forever. If you want to learn and figure out all of this stuff, you should be really aggressive about learning and messing with all of it now. Because next year, the cost to do so is easily going to be 5 to 10x higher. Theoretically, unless other things happen and OpenAI and Anthropic disappear. Which brings me to my next point. If you have a 401k and you think OpenAI and Anthropic might disappear, you should absolutely switch to a self-managed 401k. Otherwise, you're going to be a bag holder for when, they do their IPO. Similar, Hyper. Similar. If you don't think OpenAI and Anthropic are going away, well then by all means, let your 401k stay managed by whoever you want. But if you are in any way doubtful of the economics of how much money is invested into them versus their profitability and versus the competition for their profitability, you should switch to a self-managed 401k. I'm not telling you which way to think about it. I'm just saying if you do think the way I think, self-manage your own 401k. But yeah, what's up, Granick? I played some PoE 2 yesterday and you didn't even show up, man. Yeah. See? That's on you, man. But okay, so yeah, what's this one about? I forgot the entire point of the article. We just popped a couple of these open because, I don't know, it's fun to read about some of the news and stuff. If they fall, it'll be a mess for a lot of people. Yeah. I predict that being a massive mess. Yep. If you talk to any major economist, the way that all of this like circular funding is working and all that stuff, a lot of them feel like it's basically Enron. And at the size these things are compared to Enron, we're fucked, right? Like 2008 all over again. All right, so let's look at some of this. So Enron was just basically 74 billion in shareholder value lost. That's really not that big. The internet bubble, 5 trillion. 2008 crisis, 19 trillion. There are people saying this is bigger than 2008. Let's just see what the clanker says. It is currently 89 degrees in this room. It's too hot for a beanie. Okay, so never mind. Yeah, I guess the things that I saw that said bigger than the housing bubble were probably overinflated. I'm not so sure, but I don't know. But if we look at, dude, 5 to 8 trillion, that is basically the dot-com bust. However, inflation probably puts the dot-com bust closer to like the 20 trillion number. So at least the AI bubble bursting right now would be, 5 to 8 trillion current dollars. Yeah, 2008 was insane because it wasn't just the US. Countries from all over the world were caught up in it. Right? It was like 19 trillion in US household wealth. Alongside over 20 in global damage. Okay, so that's like 40 trillion. But you got to remember, like, people from other countries were investing in the dollar, were investing in, housing subsidy, whatever, not subsidies, but like the tranches or whatever they called them. I've watched The Big Short. But dude, like, it would be pretty gnarly. And realistically, because a lot of market caps are concentrated, right? Because a lot of index funds are heavily indexed into tech, a 30-40% correction across tech leaders would be fucking massive. Yep, so passive S&P 500 index fund, 40% of that goes to tech stocks. Well, no, some people did learn from too big to fail. It was the banks that were too big to fail, and what they learned is we will bail them out. It was the wrong lesson to teach. Right? We learned something too, right? Fuck. We should stop having companies be too big to fail. But our legislators didn't get that note because we didn't vote accordingly. We didn't vote in enough progressives, as an example. So yeah, this one's interesting. Let's take a look at this, and let's double check some of these. All right, so right? We did 2 slices. And that is a fair bit of bullshit that got changed. So we'll have to look at that here in a sec. Let's double check this one. And let's zoom out a little. We'll call it good. Sure. All right, server is healthy and streaming data, no problem. Oh. So that's interesting. The TLS certificate renewed on the 19th, the exact day the downtime started. What do you mean, beautiful? Yeah, who cares? I don't look at the dash. Like, I don't look at my desktop. It's just another directory. Why does that bother you? Why is that even, like, worth recognizing? Like, who gives a shit? Do you ever really look at that? You shouldn't. Especially on a Mac, you just use your dock. The desktop does not fucking matter. And why do you care what other people do with that? That is so... It's worse than the tabs thing. Who gives a shit? Like, who fucking cares? Hold on. Someone just sent a Discord message. Let me see what that is. And hold on. Let me read this. And yeah, I do not like this song. We're going to skip that one. All right, so you were vibe coding using a web app and single prompt. You want to do a site, but wanted to do it like all at once and have a program see all the code at once so it makes less of a mistake. Then you saw GPT move towards agents and you did research and still doing research. Stop doing research. Just start doing stuff. That sounds like procrastination, not actual research. Just start building. Start using the tools. Use Claude Code. Use Codex. Use Pi. Use OpenCode. It's fine, beautiful. I don't like that term, even if you have it. You can say it's obsessive. I don't like OCD being thrown around trivially, even if you have it. Same with ADD, same with autism, same with whatever. Trivializing any of those terms is not cool. Using any of them as an excuse is not cool. All right, so yeah, probably around February, you're afraid of leaving vulnerabilities that can steal your keys/data. So Hyper, nothing prevents you from still being a human in the loop, right? Like you're seeing me do. You're seeing me read everything they do. I'm still thinking about the stuff they output. You should never stop doing that. The people that say you should, they are idiots. They're saying shit just for fucking views on Twitter. You can ignore them. But you are just procrastinating. 6 months of research? Dude. You're not going to get a PhD in AI by reading articles online. Start using it. Start doing it. It's the same thing I would tell someone who wanted to learn web dev 10 years ago. Yeah, stop just reading about it and start building shit. That's it. That's the only way you're going to actually learn things. So please really think about why you're procrastinating like this, because I doubt it's just the key thing. Like, if you've been doing research for 6 months, how are you just now finding skills? As an example. You know? So, Hyper, technically, I would say there is a disconnect between what you told us just now of doing research for 6 months and the fact that you just now discovered skills. There is a separation there that I think you need to truthfully analyze. You don't have to justify it or explain it to me. You need to think about that yourself and figure that part out. And yeah, beautiful. You're not in trouble. But you just did 2 things that kind of annoy me in a row. So I just gotta be a little harsher to make a point. The icons on my desktop do not affect you. They cannot hurt you. The tabs in my browser do not affect you. They cannot hurt you. And then also, throwing around terms, right? Clinical diagnoses isn't right, especially if you're using them as a crutch or an excuse. If you do truly suffer from them, you should have mechanisms to work around them as well. And if you're not working on those, then they don't matter. Because everybody's got shit. Everybody's got something different going on. And all we do as human beings is cope and work around and live our lives, right? The moment you start finding that you're using those things as an excuse, even if you are clinically diagnosed, you're fucking up. Right? Autism, OCD, ADD, these are not new things. Our diagnosis of them is new. People existed for centuries with neurodivergence. The way we cope and the way we work around whatever we got going on, that's the human condition. It should never be an excuse. And exactly hyper. Yeah, for sure. Some, like, I'm, the way I would consider it hyper is tough love. Other people may just consider that, yeah, I'm a jerk. Tomato, tomato. I think the big difference is I'm not doing it for malicious reasons. I say things sternly for effect. Because sometimes people don't listen unless you do. And yeah, hold on. Yeah, just saw that one. But yeah, how you doing, MBB, Mr. Sir? Been a little while, man. But yeah, human in the loop. It's the rule. It's the way to go. And yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you, Beautiful, for not getting too offended, at least. I appreciate you. And most of the time when I am being stern like this, it's not just because I'm telling the one person I'm possibly calling out for it. When I make these points strongly, hopefully other people catch it as well. Because then it has way more value, right? Becomes a multiplier rather than just like a one-on-one. If even one other person got the point and avoids the same situation in the future, it was worth it. Because I don't like feeling annoyed all the time. I get it, Hyper. But yeah. I don't know. I feel like it's been a long time since that, though, right, dude? Right? Probably back in 2020, sure. But it's been a long time, right? All right, so hold on. Let's, yeah, that's going to be a bigger change. I do want to get to figuring out why this keeps failing. And the fact that the TLS certificate renewed on July 19th, the exact day the downtime started, is interesting. Yep, and I get that, Hyper, for sure. But Grace.social uses Let's Encrypt, and they don't seem to have the same issues. So there's definitely still something going on. All right, so I think this discovery that GLM did is just incorrect. You still enjoy when I play Singed? Yeah. Ah, man. Is League Classic still going? Because I wouldn't mind playing some Singed in League Classic. It's just, I don't know if mana stacking is really worth it. I do like his other passive, I think, more. It's 21st. Yeah, I could probably do that. So delivery latency management measurement is broken. The cert renewal. I don't think that's it. Something seems to be the issue on the monitor side, not the server side. Otherwise, the monitor would not still be disconnected. If the yeah, I guess logs would be a good way to maybe debug this. Okay, hold on. Hold on, let me get more music going. There's like another password I need to check. I don't remember where that password is now, though. That we had the tech for GPT in the 80s, just didn't have a way to get tons of data. I mean, I'm not sure that's true. The transformer itself was invented in 2016 at Google. So whatever video said that, I'm not sure I'd trust it that much. And we've had a way to get tons of data for ages. Google has been scraping the entire internet since, what, 1999? 98? Right? We've been digitizing old books via, like, reCAPTCHA since, what, 2007? Something like that? So yeah, I don't know if I trust whatever channel said that, Hyper. Or it's possible you misunderstood what they were saying. Maybe reCAPTCHA's newer than that. Maybe 2010, 11? And maybe that's reCAPTCHA V2? I don't remember. It's not V3, right? Maybe I'm mixing up the versions. Because V3 is basically invisible now. Or no, is V3 the, like, find the stoplights thing? I think that's V3, right? What Vigorge? T7 is the name of the volume. Samsung makes SSDs called T5, T7, and I think there's even a T9. Anything inside of volumes is a drive. I get it. Sure. Yep. Uh-huh. Yes, I know, dude. Yep. Can't remember where I have this password sent to. Oh, I know where it is. I know where it is. Yeah. It's in the other Gmail. Now I remember. Leave the jokes to the comedians? I'm not sure I know that one. But no, like, we can make jokes. It's just that one's just so obvious, and also, like, I don't know. It, like, intentionally misses the point. Shit. There we go. That's nope. That's not. There it is. There it is. All right. So I need to log into the VPS. Yes. All right. There we go. And should probably figure out a better way to do this, but give me a second.
What does it do? What's it for?
Well, nothing.
All right. Clear that so they don't dox my IP address. And we should be good. We should be good to go. All right. Where would the logs for this be? var log? Let's see if it has an idea. I'll delete this by hand. That's annoying. Because, yeah, I don't... It doesn't seem like it's in var log. Maybe Caddy? Well, I wonder if monitor access log would dock stuff, though. Hold up. All right, so... So it's journal what? Journal control dash U. What's a good way to get this into a file that wraps? I mean, I guess it looks like it was wrapping there, but the whole, like that last log is broken. Do you think there's something weird going on with our Xterm stuff in here, though? What's up, Fact Warrior? How you doing? Okay, so we got a few things going really wrong here. Okay, so if that's our issue, and hold on. So they're saying I would do a since, and we could actually do it with a string. That's the dashboard for our turbo stream. Like, it's a monitor for the uptime of our turbo stream and the amount of like messages handled. But we've got an issue where it's not connecting properly. Like, when it loses connection, it doesn't reconnect properly. Okay, so that might work. Maybe not. Nope. So that's annoying. Yeah, we don't have any logs that are old enough. So I don't have logs going back far enough. We set up a custom logging solution that saves near the binary and only logs the first few events when we have an unrecoverable. All right. So yeah, there's like two things. We don't have enough like reportability about what the issue is. We see consistent errors coming from the baseline A and B, or baseline 1 and 2, and stream B, but we don't see anything in our logs from stream A. Okay, so All right, so yeah, this is the gist. I think we'll be able to fix that. One thing we can do right now, though, is we can just do the system control thing. And just restart the monitor. And in fact, hold on. Ooh. There it is. All right, so that should get us to a fresh state here. All right, and because we cleared the entire process and restarted, that means the not Redis cache is refreshed. It also means that we deleted the database, which is our SQLite database, and now we're starting all of this from scratch. So we're not going to have any historical data, but we at least get this going, and we can see that we're currently behind Graze.social by 70 events, and I think eventually we start catching up pretty quick. Yeah, right. We're already catching up. Right? There's going to be spikes. I mean, their instance is doing pretty well. I'd be curious what the size of their VPS is, how many nodes they might have, etc. But they're also juggling API tokens or API keys. So there's there's a thing they do that we just can't do better than them. I find that bit a little interesting. All right, so yeah, right now we're already ahead of Graze.social, and it looks like we're just barely lagging behind the baselines, which I'm pretty proud of. So that should be better there. Let's double check where we're leaving off here. All right, so connection timeouts. I'm okay hammering my own server. Okay, so yeah, we'll start with a fresh context, and we will do an OPSX apply. So yeah, GLM should be able to do that one just fine. And I don't know, I feel like this is a good point to pick up tomorrow. I wouldn't mind eating some food, chilling, hanging out. Not sure what food I'm even going to eat. But yeah, playing some games tonight sounds fun. Starting back fresh again tomorrow also sounds pretty fun. So yeah, and it's 7 o'clock already, right? Yeah, we didn't do a whiskey stream tonight. which I think is fine. But yeah, I think we can go raid the Code Drift. He's going right now, right? Though he may be wrapping up soon. Oh, he might already be done. Oh, he did raid something. Yep. So now, where are we going? Oh, wrong button. Oh, Defias. Yeah, Defias is going. Let's go raid him. All right, so yeah, thank you everyone for chilling. We had a good day today. It was fun. We did some good discovery. We kicked off, or we got merged all the MCP stuff that we needed. Or not MCP, sorry, like the prereq or the pre-work for the MCP stuff. We kicked off the first stretch of that, so we'll continue that tomorrow after we review the code. And yeah, we'll have to see where the Jetstream Turbo stuff leaves off, and the C# SDK still needs some validation and checking. So we got plenty of work to do. So yeah, let's go see what's going on. I'll be over on gaming in a little bit. And yeah, let's go see what Defias is up to. So I'm going to say farewell to the Twitter and the YouTube. Thank you all for hanging out. I'll be back here tomorrow. So I'll see you then, right? So thanks for hanging out, YouTube and Twitter.